Smart Freight Funding, the #1 factoring company for the bulk trucking industry, is a proud sponsor of DC West sports, activities, and the Booster Club. You can find details about Smart Freight Funding at smartfreightfunding.com.
Hello, Coach Marshall. Welcome to Cash's Coach's Corner. I'll be interviewing you today.
Thanks for having me, Cash.
Oh, yeah, anytime. I mean, coming off a spectacular season last year, getting in the state and being runner-up, what challenges are you going to overcome from losing your starting pitcher and a lot of seniors?
So one of the biggest things that we're going to be able to do this season is be able to grow a lot of our younger athletes and be able to have new kids coming in. And they're going to be able to bring a lot more and different energy. So there's a little bit more things that we want out of this season. A lot of people were able to watch and witness that last year. And so that hungriness of wanting them to come back to where they were last year, they have it in them and they want to get back to that point. So they have a little bit more of an edge on themselves.
Okay. This year, DC West was gifted with an absolutely beautiful new turf field. What are your thoughts on the new complex?
It's spectacular. I can't thank the community and can't thank the district enough. I mean, giving us something that's going to be able to set us aside and kind of stand out from other organizations and programs. And it really shows how much love and care they have for this program, and I know the girls are feeling it.
What challenges are going to come from moving from grass to turf?
It's a little different, especially on the dirt side. And turf balls are moving a little bit quicker. So it's a little bit different hops. Just things plan out just a little bit more. Offensively, you got to slide sooner. So there's a couple of things that we work on in practice to kind of prepare them for being able to play on both.
Oh, yeah. Which returning players do you think will be able to lead the team this year?
A couple of returning players that are going to help us lead this team is going to be Bella Zock. She's our starting center fielder and leadoff hitter. She's helped us enormously in the past, and this season she has something that she wants a little bit more, and she wants to get back to that state championship again, and this time she wants to come out on top. Talia Walsh in the infield, Bailey Anderson behind the plate. We have some very strong leaders on the field, especially in those positions that help really lead this team in a very positive way.
What incoming players do you think are going to make a big impact on the team?
So we have incoming freshman, Lily Zock. She's going to be coming in. She's a pitcher and a shortstop. And she has done a phenomenal job for us so far at our jamboree, being able to get her comfortable and back into her zone and trusting those teammates. And then we have another junior pitcher, shortstop, a little bit of a duo, Erica Murphy. She's going to do a really great job for us. Between those two, being able to go back and forth. And then we have Rylan Levy, our new second baseman, coming in. She's very eager to be a part of this program and wanting to give a little bit back more. And then we have one new player on the field who was a runner for us last year, Grace White. She came out and she's in playing right field for us so far. She's done a phenomenal job kind of taking up that leadership role in the outfield.
Before the season started, during the offseason, what were some of the biggest things you had to work on?
During the offseason, we had to prepare ourselves. We moved up a class this year. We are now Class B. So one of the things that we were preparing ourselves was we were wondering if that chance was going to be happening. So we were trying to rearrange our schedules to make sure that this was going to help develop our kids in a very positive way. Moving up a class can seem scary, but when we set up a good schedule and we have a good fight, being part of the conference that we're in is one of the best conferences in Class C. So we have some really tough challenges that really help push us and kind of show us some things that we need to improve on. And they also show us what kind of team we are. So it's very exciting that we have the opportunity.
Are there going to be any big changes in play or strategy style that we might be able to see this season?
We do. With a lot of the kids, with my second year under my belt as the head coach and a lot of the girls understanding what we installed last year, we can now add a couple of new things up our sleeves that can kind of set us apart. And when the time comes, maybe we can use some of those plays.
What games or tournaments are you most looking forward to this season?
This year, I'm really looking forward. I love going out to our first one this weekend. It's over at Gross. being able to go over the Cougar Classic, it really gives us a really good opportunity to play some good teams. You have Westside, Ralston, Plattsmouth, Gross. It kind of gives us a really wide variety of being able to have those plays. And one of my favorite games that we're going to be playing this year is Fort Calhoun at home. It's a really good matchup for us, considered our history with them. And then being able to host Gretna East at home. Gretna East had a really good run in the state tournament, and I'm really hoping for very loud Falcon country coming out and showing them what we're all about out here.
One last question. Besides wins and losses, how are you going to measure a successful season?
And measure those successful season based off of how much they've improved. I look at where they started and I look at where they finished. And I think back on being with a lot of these kids, especially from the seniors that we have. I got to see them as sophomores, and I've been able to see how much they've been able to improve so far. And it just makes me really excited because this is just the start, and I know they have so much more room to grow by the end of the season.
Thank you very much, Coach Marshall, for your time.
Thank you, Cash.
Batting third, the left fielder, number 7, Maddie Daubenmeyer. In the circle tonight, batting fourth, number 19, Lily Zock. Batting fifth, playing catcher, number 4, Bailey Anderson. Batting sixth, the second baseman, number 2, Peyton White. Batting seventh, number 15, the first baseman, Talia Walsh. Batting eighth, the shortstop, number 11, Erica Murphy. Batting ninth, number 1, the right fielder, Grace White. And in the flex position, number 17, playing third base, Whitney Bruckner. The non-starters for DC West are number 8, Amelia Braun, number 14, Brooklyn Stover, number 9, Rylan Levy, number 22, Sabra Hermanson, number 25, Quinn Wilmot, number 28, Molly Mailing. The student managers for DC West are Harbor Johnson, Ella Ludlow, Bryn Peterson, and the coaches of the DC West Falcons, head coach Addie Watt, Addie Marshall, assistant coach by Molly Zach, Megan Garcia, and JD Gagnier. And now the starting lineup for the visiting Omaha Bryan Bears. Leading off, number 4, the pitcher, Genesis Castillo. In the second position, number 15, the center fielder, Gigi Ellis. Batting third, the catcher, number 11, Liv Pulsey. Batting fourth, number 32, the third baseman, Nat Ahrens. Batting fifth, number 2, the second baseman, Grace Rosario. Batting sixth, the shortstop, number 1, Nayli Tavizan. Batting seventh, number 14, the right fielder, Jasmine Calderon. Batting eighth, the first baseman, number 25, Bella Moore. And batting ninth, the left fielder, number 12, Ashley Morales. The non-starters for Omaha Bryan, number 24, Zion Buku. Number 23, Malia Coswell. And number 22, Sari Martinez. The Bears are coached by Rachel Allen and assisted by Courtney Waddles, Katie Cunningham, Corey Carrillo. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. We do not have a flag this evening, but please stand at attention for the playing of our national anthem.
Welcome, everybody, as we are at the brand new facility for the Falcons softball first home game. And what a beautiful day to be able to play. It's, 75 degrees outside, and we were able to see the coach's corner go on and be able to be a part of everything going on as we continue to bring you coverage right here on WDCNEmedia.com and BSDNlive.com for the Falcons. So I'm getting everything set up here. Now, eventually, we're going to have a couple of different camera angles for you, but we're building up as we continue the construction. In fact, people are still constructing around us. And so, but what a fantastic facility. Let's go ahead and say thank you to some of our sponsors that are a part of the broadcast. And again, I want to say thank you to the Booster Club for doing a great job and bringing in so many great sponsors and being a part of a fantastic team right here. So let's go ahead and take a quick break as the coaches are hanging out with the officials at home plate.
Water is the source of life, and with more of us moving to the dream of quiet country living, we need a trusted source for our home's water needs. AWS Well Company of Meade is that professional, reliable, and trusted service in the water well industry for over 50 years. Full service provider and one stop for everything from private to commercial water well drilling. Put AWS Wells expertise to work for your water needs. Find out more about the area's groundwater pros. Go to awswell.com. Athletes hustle, nurses hustle, recruiters hustle. Guess who's hiring? One Staff, and we're ready for the next team of all-stars. Casual work environment, unlimited opportunity, work hard, play hard, apply today, osmcareers.com. One Staff's goal is to have more personal touch with the travelers we work for and the employees we hire to work with in the healthcare industry. One Staff makes it fun because of the exceptional talent and sparkling souls we seek out to hire. You can apply today, osmcareers.com. Smart Freight Funding, the #1 factoring company for the bulk trucking industry, is a proud sponsor of DC West sports, activities, and the Booster Club. You can find details about Smart Freight Funding at smartfreightfunding.com.
Welcome back to the Falcons Stadium as we are getting ready for some softball. It's the home opener, and it's a triangular. So the first game is going to be the Falcons. They're going to be taking on Bryan. The second game, we'll still stream it, but we're probably not going to do the commentary on it. That's going to be between Omaha Central and Bryan. Then nightcap is Omaha Central versus the Falcons. So, again, we want to say thank you to all of the sponsors who are a part of this great school. And we want to say thank you to TDH, Smart Freight Funding, Raystone Wealth Partners, Brian Urban, One Staff, AWS Well Company, Anchor Roofing, Dauber Construction, Omaha Animal Medical Group, Cookie Cups, Beyond Dreams Custom Landscaping. And again, as if you want to learn more about that, you can see in the upper right-hand corner, I believe, of the screen, and you'll be able, actually upper left-hand corner, and you see right there as it goes by, the QR code to be able to learn more about the Falcon Booster Club. So the ladies are in the circle getting ready to be able to start off, and Again, a brand new field, and this one is going to be doing a great job. So let's see. For the Falcons pitching, actually up for Brian, the first at bat is Castillo, Genesis Castillo. First pitch on the way, comes in, and that one goes high for ball one. Just getting used to the press box is off the side, so we're getting used to the new angles here. Wind up, the pitch on the way. That one is in there for a called strike. 1-1. And so in the circle is Lily Zach. Great returner from last year. Wind up pitch coming in. Swing and a miss. Strike two. 1-2 is the count. Okay. I have to trust myself on this one. I cannot see the scoreboard, which actually is probably to my benefit. Wind up pitching on the way again. That one sails a little high. So the count's even at 2. Now this is it's an artificial turf and artificial field, so this is quality you're going to see all the way through state. Pitch is hit and straight back. Throw from pitcher over to first is in time for out number 1. It's a great hustle and field control IQ on that one to be able to get that over there. So 1 up, 1 down. First pitch coming in. And who's at bat here? Ellis. Oh, okay. All right. Trying to tell from the number in the back there. Pitch comes in. Strike. So 0-2 is the count. Zoc continuing to perform. Right, like nothing happened. Strike 3. Swing and a miss. So the first strikeout of the game is the second batter. So a good start right there. Now we have Olivia Polsley is stepping into the batter's box for Bryant High School. Wind up pitch, and that one is low for ball 1. Nice thing about this, we don't have to go through the process of restriping everything. Swung on that one, fouled back for strike number 2. Or for strike 1. 1-1 is the count. 2 outs, nobody on base. Top of the first inning. Home opener, it's a triangular. Falcons playing the first and third game. Wind up pitch, swung and fouled down the third base line. So now the count goes 1-2. First batter, Zoc picked up the ball, threw over to first in time. Second was a strikeout. Third is now even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. I want to say thank you to everybody who's a part of this fantastic facility. And that one comes in there called strike 3. 3 up, 3 down. And that's going to wrap up the top of the first inning. We'll take a break and come back and be able to continue the game right here on WDC NE Media, BSDNlive.com.
Smart Freight Funding, the #1 factoring company for the bulk trucking industry, is a proud sponsor of DC West sports, activities, and the Booster Club. You can find details about Smart Freight Funding at smartfreightfunding.com.
we're going from the top of the bottom of the first inning. The Falcons were able to 1, 2, 3 out, and come back around. It looks like leading off for the Falcons is going to be Bella Zock, getting ready to bat. Well, we do want to say thank you to some of the sponsors we don't have commercials yet for, working on all of that stuff. I want to say thank you again to the Booster Club, doing a fantastic job. And so we want to say thank you to Omaha Animal Medical Group and Dauber Construction, working on getting commercials for them. And then we'll be hearing again from Anchor Roofing again. Probably pretty busy this past season with some of the storms come through. So supporting local, they're all local businesses, and being a part of this. If you want to learn about how to be a part of the Booster Club and be able to bring the streaming process, bring things that the Booster Clubs do for the students, you can certainly click on that QR code when it comes around. And again, just be able to be a big part of that. All right, we're at the bottom of the first inning. Bella Zock stepping up into bat as Bryant. They're looking to put things together. Now, again, we're looking at this facility, and last year the ladies went quite a ways. But when you get past Grand Island and you play at places like the UNO for a state, you have very similar. The field is going to be just like this. So, again, very blessed to have this access right here in front of us. All right, so the first pitch coming in, and that one just lopes high for ball number 1. So I think she's trying to just kind of drop that one in slowly. Next pitch again, same thing. It's a little closer. 2-0 is the count. Coming in, wind up that pitch, and that drops over the top, so 3-0. Wind up pitch, and that's on the outside, so that is a free base. First walk, so Zock, although that's probably not a bad walk right there.
Designated player number 5, Helena Hunter.
But we have the officials stepping out to the circle, bringing the coach out. So I think they have some concern going on regarding the pitching process. So we're early in the season, and so you love being able to see this. I mean, having coaches give the ability to kind of get these young ladies being able to figure out where they're pitching, how it goes. Got to start building up the confidence. So if we take a look at the pitcher for Bryan High School. She's going to go up against, I believe it is, yes, Helena Hunter, a junior. Left-handed and a slapper, but throw goes out as Zock steals second base. So we have a 1-0 with a runner now on second. Wind up that pitch on the ground and trying to keep Zock back. So 2-0. Wind up, next pitch comes in, and that one drops on the plate. And Zock takes advantage of it, moves forward to third base. So we have a 3-0 count. Catcher for Bryan is readjusting some gear. Wind up pitch on the way, and that one drops inside. So ball 4, walk. Now we have runners on the corners.
Now batting for the Falcons, number 7, the
Falcons.
Maddie Dobbenmeyer.
Maddie Dobbenmeyer, Jr., stepping into the batting box. We're getting like the full feel of everything here. Lobbed and pitch, and that goes ball, and we see run over to second. So wind up pitch, and that one drops low. 2-0. Wind up, the pitch comes in, and that one just a little bit high. 3-0. Oh. And then that fourth walk. So another walk comes up, loads the bases.
Brings to the plate the pitcher, number 19, Lily Zock.
So Lily Zock pitching and now batting, a fourth up, and so far there have been 3 walks. As Bryant High School team is just working on the pitching right now. First pitch comes in, that's outside for ball 1. Again, bases are loaded. It's the 1-0. On deck is Bailey Anderson. Wind up, and that one drops real close, but not quite. So 2-0 is the count. And pitch drops right before the plate. So 3-0. Bases are loaded. No place to walk anybody, put anybody. So a walk would bring a run in. Wind up the pitch. And that one drops in. So that walks in. So Bella Zock walks in off of the Lily Zock's walk. Stepping into the batting box is Bailey.
The catcher, number 4, Bailey Anderson.
Yep, Bailey Anderson, the catcher, stepping up to bat. So far, nobody has had to swing. We've had 4 walks in a row. Bases continue to be loaded. Wind up the pitch. And that one's outside for ball 1. Wind up pitch, swung on. That's the first swing, and that gets sent out to center field, but it's dropped. Here comes one run, and the throw to second is not in time, but everybody stops just one base ahead. So an RBI comes in.
Now batting for the Falcons, the second baseman, number 2, Peyton White.
So second baseman Peyton White stepping into batting box, a junior. Bases loaded, nobody out, 2 runs in. Bottom of the first inning, first pitch, that's low and outside. So far, 4 walks and 1 RBI for the Falcons, bottom of the first inning. Wind up pitch, and that one goes well high. Good job for the catcher stepping over and being able to grab it, keep everybody at bay. 2-0. Wind up pitch. That's high and outside. 3-0. Wind up that pitch. Swung on, and that gets fouled, so that's the first strike we're seeing for the Falcons. This is probably the first time a lot of people are playing on the artificial field. So 3 runs in now with that walk. So brought in
Now
Dobbenmeyer.
batting the first baseman, number 15, Talia Walsh.
Talia Walsh is stepping up to bat. So 7th in the batting lineup. Only 1 strike has happened so far. The home plate umpire is stepping over to Brian and have a conversation there. Wind up the pitch on the way, and that one stays outside for ball 1. Again, we want to say thank you to all the sponsors: TDH, Smart Freight Funding, Raystow Wealth Partners, Brian Urban, One Staff. The pitch coming in, swung on, and that one goes to shortstop, drops it. 1 run comes in. Throws over to second, but not in time, so that's another RBI. We're at the 8th in the batting, and that's shortstop Erica Murphy stepping in. Another junior for the Falcons. Wind up pitch on the way, and that one goes outside, ball 1. So we're at the bottom of the first inning. The Falcons facing off against Bryan High School Bears, I believe. And we are sitting currently 4-0. Nobody out, bases are loaded. Wind up pitch, and that one high and outside. 2 balls, no strikes. So far, there's been 1 strike on the Falcons. Otherwise, there have been, I believe, 6 walks and 2 RBIs. "3-0" is the count to Erica Murphy. On deck is the 9th in the batting list. That one's inside. And that brings in another run and keeps the bases loaded. Stepping up to bat is the number 9th in the batting. Is Grace White. Wind up the pitch. Outside, ball 1. Continue to say thank you to sponsors like AWS Well Company, Anchor Roofing, Dauber Construction, Omaha Animal Medical Group, Cook's Cookie Cups. That one, again, outside for ball 2. Beyond Dreams Custom Landscape. Again, thank you to all the sponsors. The Booster Club's been doing a great job working with the sponsors and being able to find new ways to be able to bring funds in to be able to help all of the athletes. So 3-0 is the count. Bases are loaded. Pitch comes in, and that's outside. So that brings in another run. So with that, we have gone through the batting lineup. Start at the top with Bella Zock.
For the Falcons, number 3, Bella Zock.
So we've gone all the way around, and the bases are still loaded. Nobody out. Coach coming out and encouraging the pitcher. Castillo is pitching, a senior. And we're just kind of talking in the background here. A couple of things that could be happening. One is the size of the field. because this is going to be this is a pretty good sized field, A, and B, very few teams play on an artificial field like this. So that's definitely going to throw off your grip and the way you throw. First pitch comes in, and that's outside for ball one. But actually, it was a really nice looking pitch if it was just over about 1.5 feet. Wind up, next pitch coming in, and that one, again, just slightly off the mark, ball two. Bases loaded, nobody out. 6 runs have come in thus far for the Falcons. Wind up and stays on the outside. 3-0. Only 2 hits so far. The rest have been walks.
Now batting the designated
So
player,
7-0.
Hunter.
Hunter stepping up into the batting box for the second time. Wind up, that pitch rolls in. 1-0. Wind up, that pitch inside. So Castillo does, when she's pitching, she does pull it a little bit inside. Just hasn't been able to get it to go back out. Working on the release on that. Again, artificial field is going to be throwing a lot of people off this year, I think. Wind up pitch, and that's on the outside. So a little bit working on that compensation, and that walks in another run.
Now batting number 7, Maddie Dobbenmeyer.
So Maddie Dobbenmeyer is up at the bat again. Second time of this inning. Wind up the pitch, and that one's high and outside for ball one. Bottom of the first inning, 8-0. Next pitch on the way. It stays outside, ball two. Now, Brian, they have their hands full because they're going to come back and take on Omaha Central in game number 2 today. Wind up, pitch rolls in for ball 3. Then the third game, the nightcap, is Omaha Central, the Eagles taking on the Falcons. Next pitch wound up going for it, wanting to do something. Swing and a little Happy Gilmore-ish, but, you know, strike one. 3-1 is the count. Wind up pitch, and that one goes inside. So that brings us a 9-0, correct?
Now batting the pitcher, number 19, Lily Zock.
Lily Zock now stepping into the batting box. And we have a pitching change. So going out to pitch, she's been in the bullpen for a little bit, is Natalie Ahrens. So we'll go ahead and say thank you a little bit to some sponsors as we wait for that to happen here, right here on WDCNEmedia.com and BSDNlive.com.
Water is the source of life, and with more of us moving to the dream of quiet country living, we need a trusted source for our home's water needs. AWS Well Company of Mead is that professional, reliable, and trusted service in the water well industry for over 50 years. Full service provider and one stop for everything from private to commercial water well drilling. Put AWS Wells expertise to work for your water needs. Find out more about the area's groundwater pros. Go to AWS Well.
Welcome back to Falcon Stadium as we continue on. First pitch coming from Aarons is low and inside for ball one, but a little bit more speed on it. Different angle trajectory on that one than what we were seeing from Castillo. Wind up pitch. Swung on, and that one gets out there past the shortstop and trying to stop the run, but overthrowing third. So she is able to bring in 3 runs and stays on second herself. So
Now batting the catcher, number 4, Bailey Anderson.
that brings up Bailey Anderson. She was so we'll see. We're able to find some swings here. Wind up pitch, swinging, and that gets fouled straight back for strike one. Wind up the pitch, swing, and that gets popped straight up, and coming underneath it, second base drops it, and now we end up with runners on the corners. Getting underneath it, just not getting that glove open enough. Pops out.
Now batting for the Falcons, number 2, Peyton White.
So Peyton White stepping into the batting box. Nobody out. Runners on the corners. And the Warriors leading 12-0. And we do have
Running for the Falcons, number 9, Rylan Levy.
is that number 9 or number 8? Amelia Braun, I think. Yeah, it's sent. So courtesy runners both at both corners. Pitch goes past ball, gets all the way back. It does send one runner forward.
For the Falcons, number 8, Amelia Braun.
So that's behind the wall. I couldn't see this courtesy runner, but 2 courtesy runners out there as Peyton White. Wind up pitch, swung on. So 1 ball, 1 strike. No outs, runners on second and third, so 2 runners in scoring position. Aarons working to wrap up this inning for Bryant. Wind up pitch, swung on. That gets pulled down the third base line for strike 2. You're fine. I have one of the Laura with the sponsors here. How are things going? So all we have to say is look at the QR code. You can see it pop up here. Click on that to be a part of the Booster Club. So love to have you guys part of this. Thank you for having us a part of it as well. What's that? So you can actually watch this in the stadium as well. So see, that's technology for you. So
Thank you.
you're welcome. Next pitch comes in, and that one's ball. So 3-2, it's a full count. Payoff pitch on the way. Wind up, it's on its way. Swung on, and that gets sent out past third base into left field. 1 run comes in, 2 runs come in, and they hold Peyton White to first base. Talia Walsh at bat. Nobody out, runner on first. Swung on, and that gets sent over to the shortstop. Thrower to first is in time for the first out. So the sacrifice does move Peyton White forward.
Now batting the shortstop, number 11, Erica Murphy.
Erica Murphy in the batting box. Grace White on deck. Swing and a miss. Now, the speed of these pitches are moving along a little bit faster. I will be bringing in a radar for future games. Be able to see all of that stuff here. Swing, and that gets pulled down the third base line for a strike two. Wind up pitch, swung on and gets fouled back. Keeps the count 0-2. Oh, but she runs it out. That's right, that is the rule in softball. Keep forgetting these things. It's the first home game. I'm remembering things. And now we have runners on the corners.
Number 1, Grace White.
So number 1, Grace White up to bat. That one's low, and good stop by the catcher. Otherwise, that would have been a run, but that does advance runner over to second. So 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. Runners on second and third. That pitch comes in. Called ball. 2-0. Wind up next pitch, and that one's low. 3-0. Now, Aaron's I think they had to bring her in early. They were probably trying to figure out if they can split their pitchers. Swung on. That goes down the first base line, and it just keeps going all the way to the fence. Here comes 1 run, 2 runs, wrapping around third and staying at third. Oh, wait. Getting called in. And that's an infield home run. And that cleared the bases. And that brings up top of the order, Bella Zock. Third time at bat for the bottom of the first inning. 17-0. First pitch comes in, called strike. 0-1. Got some velocity. Aaron's has a little bit of velocity on her pitches right there. Next pitch swung on, and that gets pulled to the third base side for strike 2.
Now batting for the Falcons, the center fielder, number 3, Bella Zock.
So we have 1 out. Nobody on base now. 0-2 is the count. Wind up the pitch, and that one's low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. On deck is Helenia Hunter. We're starting the third time through the batting order. Swing and gets fouled back. Staying alive at 1-2. Wind up swing and a miss. She forgot to run out, but the throw is in time for out number 2. 2 outs, nobody on base. And that brings up Helena Hunter. Getting into the slapper position. First pitch on the way, and that one's outside. Ball 1.
Now batting number 5, Helena Hunter.
Wind up next pitch. And that one is high. Oh, must have been right on the edge, so they called it strike. 1-1. Next pitch on the way. That's low. 2-1 is the count. Bunt, kind of a weird bunt, and that one goes foul. Kind of just stuck the bat out there as to prevent the strike, so staying alive at 1-2. Next pitch on the way, and swung on that one, strike number 3. And that wraps up the first inning, but not without the Falcons doing some damage.
The Omaha Bryan Tigers Bears 0, the DC West Falcons 17.
So 17-0, the Falcons lead as we go to the top of the second inning. So we'll see where the Falcons go from here. We'll go ahead and say thank you to some of our sponsors as we continue on. Say thank you to them, and if you want to be a part of them, you can certainly contact the Falcon Athletic Booster Club.
Smart Freight Funding, the #1 factoring company for the bulk trucking industry, is a proud sponsor of DC West sports, activities, and the Booster Club. You can find details about Smart Freight Funding at smartfreightfunding.com.
Welcome back to the Falcon Sports Complex, an absolutely beautiful facility. They've actually just finished the baseball field, so we have the new football field, new baseball field, new softball field, all in one spot.
For the Bears in the top of the second inning, number 32, the pitcher, Matt Aaron.
And just an amazing location. Right now, home opener as the Falcons host Bryan. And we have Aaron's, the pitcher, stepping in for Bryan, the Bears. First pitch comes in. Called ball, I believe. Yep.
Like when does the second one start?
Wind up, next pitch on the way, and that one stays high, ball 2. Wind up, swung on, and that goes over the head to shortstop, and the throw over to first is in time for out number 1. For Bryan stepping up to bat.
Batting for Omaha Bryan, number 2, the second baseman, Grace Rosario.
So Grace Rosario, second baseman for Bryan, stepping up to bat. Swing and strike 1. Top of the first inning. The Bears were out 1-2-3. Wind up, the next pitch comes in, swing, and that is foul for strike number 2. So Lily Zock in the circle doing her job there, bringing the strikes. Wind up, that pitch comes in, and that one stays high. 1-2 with 1 out, nobody on base. Top of the second inning, the Falcons leading. Yes, that score you see, 17-0, is accurate. Falcons able to do some damage bottom of the first inning. Swing and a miss. So strike number 3, and that is 2 outs. And then we have
For Omaha Bryan, the shortstop, number 1, Nayeli Tavizon.
Naeli Ortiz Tavizon stepping up to bat, the shortstop for the Bears. Zock pitch comes inside, ball 1. Pitch comes in right down the middle for a strike. 1-1. That was a great looking pitch. Wind up, and that one stays high, and that does not drop. 2-1 is the count with 2 outs, nobody on base. Top of the second inning. Wind up, and that one gets in there for a strike. Counts even at 2. Delvazon gets some guidance from the coach, steps back in the box, and that pitch goes high. Now we have a full count. So Lily Zock with the payoff pitch coming up right now. Comes the windup. It's on its way. Swing, and that gets fouled back. Keeps the count 3-2. Another pitch on the way. Swing, and that one gets sent out to third base. The throw over to first is in time. Well, we have 1.5 in the books. 1, 2, 3. The Falcons are able to maintain grip on the Bears. And now we'll see what the second inning, the bottom of the second inning will look like. But we'll again say thank you to some sponsors right here. Again, thank you to all the Booster Club sponsors for bringing you the coverage right here on BSDNlive.com and WDC Any Media.
Water is the source of life, and with more of us moving to the dream of quiet country living, we need a trusted source for our home's water needs. AWS Well Company of Mead is that professional, reliable, and trusted service in the water well industry for over 50 years. Full service provider and one stop for everything from private to commercial water well drilling. Put AWS Wells expertise to work for your water needs. Find out more about the area's groundwater pros. Go to awswell.com. Athletes hustle, nurses hustle, recruiters hustle. Guess who's hiring? One Staff, and we're ready for the next team of all-stars. Casual work environment, unlimited opportunity, work hard, play hard. Apply today, osmcareers.com. One Staff's goal is to have more personal touch with the travelers we work for and the employees we hire to work with in the healthcare industry. One Staff makes it fun because of the exceptional talent and sparkling souls we seek out to hire. You can apply today, osmcareers.com.
Welcome back to Falcon Stadium as the Falcons are leading over the Bears 17-0. We're going to the bottom of the second inning. Everybody for the Falcons have been at bat at least twice. So right now they're in the middle of the third round of batting. Stepping up to bat is Maddie Dobbenmeyer. Conversation is being had by the coaches and the officials. So the Falcon coaches have had a chat going on there. Now, this is the home opener. It's also triangular, so the Falcons are right now facing off against Bryan Bears. Then the second game will be the Omaha Central Eagles taking on the Bryan Bears. Then wrapping up the night, the Falcons will be facing off against the Eagles. Dobbenmeyer stepping in. Wind up the pitch, and that one's low, goes all the way to the backstop. Ball 1. Next pitch on the way, swung on, and that goes all the way out to center field. Gets to first base and stops right there. What a sacrifice right there. First pitch comes in, hits out to second base. Not able to pick it up. Run comes in. And puts a runner on first. So we have 2 outs. Runner on first. 19-0. At bat. Rylan Lowe. I can still hear. There. So that's the thing with the new facility, trying to work out all the bugs, all the kinks. We couldn't hear it, they still could. Hear some music, but wind up that pitch. Low, and then that advances a runner.
Now batting for the
So
Falcons,
Murphy
number 9,
heads over to
Rylan
second
Leahy.
base. So 1-0, 2 outs, runner on second. Wind up the pitch, swing on, foul back, strike one. Bottom of the second inning. Excuse me, it's actually 20-0 is the score. Fouled off to the side. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 outs. Belizak is on deck, so about to go to the 4th round of batting for the Falcons. If Lowe can get in there. Counts even at 2. Wind up pitch. That one stays high. Comes out of the catcher's glove. Advances the runner. So left full count, 3-2. Runner on third, 2 outs. Wind up that pitch. And I think she was struck by a pitch. So that is putting runners on the corners. And now we're back at the top of the order. Belizak stepping into the bat.
3, Bella Zock.
Wind up pitch, swung on, and that one is going. Foul ball. So close. So it was going down the third base line, just goes foul for strike number 1. Wind up next pitch, and that one goes high. 1-1 is the count with 2 outs. Runners on the corners. Bottom of the second inning, Falcons lead over the Bears 20-0. Wind up the pitch, swing, and that gets popped straight up. Coming on, trying to get underneath it, but it's out of play. Gets over the fence into the crowd that's sitting around the fence line. That's strike number 2. One, 2 outs. Swing, and that one is going out to left field and getting underneath it, able to ring it in for the 3rd out. Stranding runners on the corners, but not again without doing a little bit more damage, bringing in 3 more runs. Going to the top of the 3rd, we see the Falcons leading 20-0. Again, we'll come back and have more softball coming your way. It's the home opener triangular with the Blair Bears, with Actually, DC West Falcons, the Bryan Bears. And then the game number 2 would be the Bears facing off against the Eagles, and then the Eagles against the Falcons. Well, let's go ahead and say thank you to some of our sponsors right here on WDCNEmedia.com, BSDNLive.com. Welcome back to Falcon Stadium, top of the 3rd inning. First pitch coming in. Leading off for the Bears is Jasmine Calderon Castillo. Up to bat and 1-0. Swing on that one, 1-1. Falcons looking just to get the 3 outs right here, and that potentially could wrap up this game. Next pitch low at the knees. That is called strike 2.
I should have ducked my head. Then all he would have been seeing was you.
Wind up that pitch, and that one stays high. Counts even at 2. I couldn't hear it.
Maybe he was just hearing things.
Wind up that pitch, and that is called strike 3. That was, to me, it looked like it was a little bit inside, but
Now batting for the Bears, number 25, the first baseman, Bella Moore.
Bella Moore, first baseman, senior, stepping in. That one is low for ball. 1-0 is the count, 1 out. Top of the 3rd inning. Falcons leading 20-0 over the Bears. Wind up that pitch inside. Two-0. With 1 out, nobody on base. Wind up that pitch comes in, and that one's called strike. 2-1. Next pitch wind up, and that one gets in there for a called strike. Counts now even at 2. Again, I want to say thank you to all the sponsors like TDH, Smart Freight Funding. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. So 2 outs. I believe, according to the rules it used to be,
12, Ashley Morales.
if there's a 15-point lead after 3, the rule is to cancel the game. First pitch comes in, called ball. Other sponsors include Raystow Wealth Partnership, Brian Urban. Pitch comes in and swung on that one. 1-1. 2 outs, nobody on base. Right behind us is the baseball field that just got finished. Wind up pitch, swing, and that is strike 2. Football field is ready, though, for Friday night home opener against Ashland Greenwood. Going to be an exciting game there. Everybody coming out to celebrate that. Wind up pitch, swing, and that is strike 3.
After 2.5,
After 2.5, the Falcons win with a lead of 20-0.
Our next game will feature the Omaha Central Eagles and the Omaha Bryan Bears. And the nightcap.
Really not a lot to say. I believe what the big factor in this one is just down to the pitching. Bryan is just working on getting their pitching going. They had Castillo start, but walked enough. There was 2 RBIs, and the first 12 runs were walked with 2 RBIs. But then Aarons stepped into the circle and was able to work things through, but still got a few runs off of her. Brought the top of the first, or the bottom of the first, complete 17-0, and then bottom of the second, Falcons are able to add 3 to that, and but their pitching on this side with Lily Zach was able just to have, well, looked like just the 9 batters were able to bat. So just a good round of batting. So we'll see if we can get one of the ladies up here to be able to talk. But right now, let's go ahead and do a round. Thank all the sponsors. Now, some of the sponsors, we don't have commercials yet. We're working on this. Omaha Animal Medical Group, Daubert Construction, and Anchor Roofing. We're working on those. But again, let's say thank you to all the sponsors that are part of the Falcon Booster Club, Athletic Booster Club, right here on BSDNlive.com, WDCNEmedia.com.
Smart Freight Funding, the #1 factoring company for the bulk trucking industry, is a proud sponsor of DC West sports, activities, and the Booster Club. You can find details about Smart Freight Funding at smartfreightfunding.com. Athletes hustle, nurses hustle, recruiters hustle. Guess who's hiring? One Staff, and we're ready for the next team of all-stars. Casual work environment, unlimited opportunity, work hard, play hard, apply today, osmcareers.com. One Staff's goal is to have more personal touch with the travelers we work for and the employees we hire to work with in the healthcare industry. One Staff makes it fun because of the exceptional talent and sparkling souls we seek out to hire. You can apply today, osmcareers.com. Water is the source of life, and with more of us moving to the dream of quiet country living, we need a trusted source for our home's water needs. AWS Well Company of Mead is that professional, reliable, and trusted service in the water well industry for over 50 years. Full service provider and one stop for everything from private to commercial water well drilling. Put AWS Wells expertise to work for your water needs. Find out more about the area's groundwater pros. Go to awswell.com.
Welcome back to Falcons Stadium as we have the home opener for the DC West Falcons as they host a triangular. Game 1 is in the books after 2.5 innings, and that was wrapped up pretty quickly. Good pitching as we had Lily Zock in the circle. Really able just to kind of get the 1, 2, 3 outs for each of the innings. So Bryant only had one time through their batters. On the other side of the coin, Falcons were able to get through 4.5 trips around, and were able to bring in 20 runs in 2 innings. So with that, we do have game number 2 coming up, and we'll probably just turn the camera on for that so you can watch that in the background. But all in all, that is going to be the Central Eagles, Omaha Central, taking on Bryan High School. And then game number 3, wrapping up with the DC West taking on the Eagles. And so after that, we will have our post game, and we'll see if we can bring in a lady or two that end up have been playing for the Falcons to be able to talk all about that. So I'm going to go ahead and take a little break again. Thank you to the Falcon Booster Club sponsors: TDH, Smart Freight Funding, Raystone Wealth Partners, Brian Urban, One Staff, AWS Well Company, Anchor Roofing, Dauber Construction, Omaha Animal Medical Group, Cookie Cups, Beyond Dreams Custom Landscape. Again, if you want to make sure that you see what's going on, we have pregame. It was brought to us by Anchor Roofing and AWS Well Company. Halftime is by One Staff and Raystone Wealth, and so we'll kind of have a halftime as we get ready for the second part, or the last game, and then post-game athlete interview, Smart Freight Funding and TDH Roofing. So again, we thank all those partners for being a part of these games and continue to bring all of DC West to you right here on bsdnlive.com and WDC Any Media. about to start the third game as we have the home opener for DC West Falcons right here from the brand new sports complex. Brand new softball field, a beautiful location. 2 games have been completed in the triangular. The first game, the Falcons took care of business handily against Bryant High School, 20-0 at the bottom. And so only 2.5 innings were actually played of that. And then Bryant faced off against Omaha Central, and they played 4 innings complete there. And, so Omaha Central was able to win, and that was at a score of, just want to verify before we go too much further here. So that was 17-2 as that wrapped up. Now it is the final game coming up here in just a few minutes, and we have the Falcons taking on the Eagles. As we go through, I want to say thank you to the Falcon Athletic Booster Club as they have put together so many great things for us. And sponsors that are a part of this, we want to say thank you. The pregame sponsor today was Anchor Roofing and AWS Well Company. I guess we've been in halftime for a while with the middle game. One Staff and Raystone Wealth Partners have been a part of this. And let's go ahead and recap a little bit for you. In fact, as we go, it looks like we have the coaches getting ready for their lineup. Now, after the game, stay in tune as we will have one of the ladies come up to be a part of this and be able to talk about the games they had, opening games, playing on the new field, and all of that experience. But again, want to say thank you to One Staff and Raystone Wealth for being sponsors of the halftime show right here on BSDN Live and WDCNEmedia.com.
Athletes hustle, nurses hustle, recruiters hustle. Guess who's hiring? One Staff, and we're ready for the next team of all-stars. Casual work environment, unlimited opportunity, work hard, play hard, apply today, osmcareers.com. One Staff's goal is to have more personal touch with the travelers we work for and the employees we hire to work with in the healthcare industry. One Staff makes it fun because of the exceptional talent and sparkling souls we seek out to hire. You can apply today, osmcareers.com.
In the upper left-hand corner, you can see all the sponsors that we have so far, and we want to be able to continue to support the athletic and the activities department of the Falcons. You can certainly be a part of it. When it comes through, make sure it's faxed. It's right there right now. You have the QR code to join the Booster Club. So, again, they do so many things to be able to help the activities department, the students, and, of course, everything that's going on out here for the Falcons. So again, more of our sponsors. Let's go ahead and as we wait for warm-ups, we'll go ahead and roll through the sponsors that we have and talk about the rest right here on BSDNlive.com and WDCNE Media.
Smart Freight Funding, the #1 factoring company for the bulk trucking industry, is a proud sponsor of DC West sports, activities, and the Booster Club. You can find details about Smart Freight Funding at smartfreightfunding.com. Water is the source of life, and with more of us moving to the dream of quiet country living, we need a trusted source for our home's water needs. AWS Well Company of Mead is that professional, reliable, and trusted service in the water well industry for over 50 years. Full service provider and one stop for everything from private to commercial water well drilling. Put AWS Wells expertise to work for your water needs. Find out more about the area's groundwater pros. Go to awswell.com.
We're just moments away from the first pitch, and again, it's the game number 3 of tonight. You can actually go back and watch anything time you want. Any of the games, scan forward, backwards, but of course, always say thank you to the sponsors. See them in the upper right-hand corner as we are able to continue bringing that to you. Well, the Falcons are going to be taking on the Omaha Central Eagles. And, well, it's going to be a little bit tighter game than we saw at the beginning. So, leading off for the Eagles. So we have Edie Titus, senior, stepping into the batting box for the Eagles. And here comes the first pitch on the way, and that one gets in there, called strike. Wind up, the pitch comes in, and that one's low. 1-1 is the count. In the circle, Erica Murphy, junior for the Falcons. Pitch on the way, swing, and that one comes right back out. Murphy sends it over to first, and it is in time.
Now batting for the Eagles, number 4, the center fielder, Nicole Palfini.
So we have Nicole Palfini, number 4, another senior for the Eagles, stepping into the batting box. Murphy's first pitch on the way in, and that one's called strike. First game was pretty quick. 2.5 innings long. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Eagles followed suit against the Bears, leading 17-2. The Falcons had 20-0. Now the two face each other. Neither hit straight over to shortstop, not able to handle it. And so we have a base hit right there.
Now batting the shortstop, number 23, Addie Jansen.
Addie Jansen is stepping up to bat, another senior, loaded with seniors here. Although the roster is not very deep for Omaha Central. First pitch on the way, and that one's high. Here comes the 1-0. That one got in there, but called ball. One out, runner on first. 2-0 turns into a 2-1. That wind up that pitch. Swung on. That goes down into left field and able to get it underneath it handily for out number 2. Two outs, runner on first, and coming up to bat,
First baseman, number 5, Caitlin McClure.
Caitlin McClure, another senior. Coming up to bat, first baseman for the Eagles. Murphy with a windup, and that's outside, ball 1. Next pitch on the way. That one's just lined straight up, ball 2. Two out, runner on first. We're at the top of the first inning for game number 3 here tonight. Pitch comes in, swing, and that one goes again out to left center field, but handily able to get that out and reel it in. Belazak able to pull that one in, and that completes the top of the first inning. We're going to take a little break, say thank you to some of the sponsors that are a part of the Athletic Booster Club for the Falcons right here on bsdnlive.com and wdcnemedia.com.
Water is the source of life, and with more of us moving to the dream of quiet country living, we need a trusted source for our home's water needs. AWS Well Company of Meade is that professional, reliable, and trusted service in the water well industry for over 50 years. Full service provider and one stop for everything from private to commercial water well drilling. Put AWS Wells expertise to work for your water needs. Find out more about the area's groundwater pros. Go to awswell.com. Smart Freight Funding, the #1 factoring company for the bulk trucking industry, is a proud sponsor of DC West sports, activities, and the Booster Club. You can find details about Smart Freight Funding at smartfreightfunding.com.
Coming up to the bottom of the first inning of the Falcons, bats going to be lighting up, starting off with Belazak, who was able to get that third out of center field. And then right after that, we will see Lilizak stepping into the batting box. Pitching for the Eagles is
Leading off for the Falcons, the center fielder, number 3, Bella Zock.
Kazayla Terrell, a sophomore. First inning of the first game, the Falcons were able to light up the bats. Actually, they didn't have to light up the bats. There was actually, I believe, 12 walks, 2 RBIs before they switched pitchers. First pitch goes outside for ball 1. But 17 runs came in the first inning for the Falcons of game number 1. Next pitch swung on. That gets fouled back for strike 1. 1-1 is the count. Wind up pitch, and that is popped up into short right field, but dropped, chasing it down, and a stand-up double. So leading the hits,
Number 19,
oh,
Lily
Zock.
Zock.
And now we have Lily Zock stepping up. Nobody out, runner on second base. Wind up, the pitch comes in, bunt, great bunt, just laid it right down there. The throw to first got past the first baseman, and so now Ended up with an error, but that brought a run in. So just trading places. Lily Zock brought in Bella Zock, and now we have Maddie Dobbenmeyer at bat. Nobody out. Runner on second. Pitch comes in, calls strike.
Falcons, number 7, Maddie Dobbenmeyer.
Wind up the pitch. Swung on, down to third. The throw goes over to first in time. Throw comes back to third, but not in time. So 1 out, runner now on third. And Peyton White stepping in to bat for the Falcons.
Number 2, Peyton White.
Bailey Anderson on deck. 1 out, runner on third. Wind up the pitch. Swung, and that gets popped into shallow left field into the sun. Not able to pick it up. Run comes in, and it's a stand-up double. Left fielder running straight into the sun on that one. With 1 out, Falcons lead.
The catcher, number 4, Bailey Anderson.
2-0. Bailey Anderson stepping up to bat. Wind up the pitch is high for ball 1. Seeing a similar results as the first game, just doing it a little differently with the bats. Wind up swing, and that gets sent out to third base. Pops out of the glove. No play to make, so now we have runners on first and second with nobody out. Talia Walsh stepping up to bat. Runners on first and second, 1 out. Talia. Swing, and that's a foul, so strike 1. Swing, and that one gets sent out to center field, getting underneath it, reeled it in. For out number 2, keeps everybody where they are. So 2 outs, runners on first and second. 2 runs have come in.
Number 16, Lily Huntley.
Lily Huntley stepping up to bat for the Falcons. Line up the pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 1. Then we want to say thank you to all the sponsors who are a part of this. Beyond Dreams Custom Landscape Cookie Cups, also part of the Booster Club. Next pitch goes by and called strike 2. Waiting for that third pitch. Wind up, comes in, swing, and that gets popped out. Pitcher not able to hold on to it. Is the throw in time? It is. So stranding runners on first and second. 3 outs, but not without the Falcons able to bring 2 runs in. So 2-0. We're going to be going into the top of the second inning, where the Eagles will bring their bats. Again, thank you to all the sponsors that will be a part of our broadcast all school year long. And we'll continue to say thank you, and you can listen to them right now.
Athletes hustle, nurses hustle, recruiters hustle. Guess who's hiring? One Staff, and we're ready for the next team of all-stars. Casual work environment, unlimited opportunity, work hard, play hard, apply today, osmcareers.com. One Staff's goal is to have more personal touch with the travelers we work for and the employees we hire to work with in the healthcare industry. One Staff makes it fun because of the exceptional talent and sparkling souls we seek out to hire. You can apply today, osmcareers.com.
Welcome back to the Falcon Stadium as the sports complex is being built all around us. But the softball field is there and being played on home opener as it is a triangular. Game number 3, the Falcons now taking on the Eagles. Falcons won game number 1 against Bryant. Eagles won in game 2 against Bryant. Now the winners play against each other. It's the way it should be, right? Swinging them, then it goes down the third base line, goes foul for strike number 1. But nice riding the line. It could have just stayed there, and perfect hit to be able to get on the base if she would have been able to keep that on the line. Again, we want to say thank you to great sponsors like Omaha Animal Medical Group, Dauber Construction, Anchor Roofing. That next pitch comes in. Called ball. One and one. Wind up the pitch. High and outside. Ball 2. Wow, that makes a difference now, doesn't it? Wind up pitch coming in, swing, and that gets fouled straight back. Count goes even at 2. Wind up pitch, swing, and that gets sent out and gets past the shortstop into left center field for a base hit. So we knew that this was going to be a more of a challenge game. So Mason Andrews stepping up to bat, left-handed. See if she runs as a slapper batter. Seeing that very common in the past couple of years. Showing bunt. Gets past her. Strike 1. But she committed to that, and everybody came running in, anticipating in connection with that. Wind up the pitch on the way. That one's outside. Belizak. Actually, Bailey Anderson behind the plate. Looking for throws, but next pitch on the way. Swing, and that goes down the third base line. And that's foul. 1-2 is the count. Nobody out, runner on first. We're at the top of the second inning. Already a much different game than we saw game 1 and really game 2. Wind up next pitch. Stays high. Count goes even at 2. Pitch goes in, and that one gets in there, called strike. So a nice strikeout there, and that brings in
Catcher number 8, Mackenzie
Mackenzie Simpson, catcher for the Eagles. Wind up pitch, bunt, and that gets fouled, so strike one. One out, runner on first. On top of the second inning, Falcons lead 2-0 over the Eagles. Wind up, gets out, pass, and called strike. 0-2. One out. Again, we're going to be talking about all the sponsors. Again, if you want to be a part of that, you saw that QR code go past for the Booster Club. You can join the Booster Club and help be a great part of the activities department here. Now that was called a ball. So 1-2, one out, runner on first. Next pitch on the way, and that one stays high. Count goes even at 2. Andrews steps back in the batting box. Pitch on the way, and that one's low. Count goes full. Murphy in the circle. The pitch comes in. Swing and a miss. Great placement on that pitch, and that is the second strikeout.
Second baseman number 7, Emery Dacus.
Emery Dacus stepping into the batting box for the Eagles. Wind up showing bunt. Strike. Yep. That doesn't sound pleasant. Wind up going back into bunt. You got the bunt. Pick up the throw over to first is off the mark. So that puts runners now on first and second with 2 out.
Now batting the pitcher, number 16, Zyla Terrell.
Zyla Terrell, the pitcher for the Eagles, stepping up to bat with 2 outs, runners on first and second. Top of the second inning, Falcons still lead 2-0. First pitch swung and fouled back for strike 1. Wind up, next pitch comes in. That one's called strike. So 0-2 is the count. Took the home plate umpire a little bit to call that one. Wind up, pitch, swing, and that gets popped down the first base line, goes foul. Keeps the count alive at 0-2. Again, we want to say thank you to all the sponsors, part of the Falcon Booster Club, including AWS Well Company, One Staff, Raystone Wealth Partners, Brian Urban, Smart Freight Funding, TDH. Next pitch comes in, swing and a miss. Strike 3. So that wraps up 1.5. Falcons hold on to the lead 2-0. And we'll say thank you to some sponsors and keep things rolling right here on bsdnlive.com and wdcnemedia.com.
Smart Freight Funding, the #1 factoring company for the bulk trucking industry, is a proud sponsor of DC West sports, activities, and the Booster Club. You can find details about Smart Freight Funding at smartfreightfunding.com.
We also want to say thank you to some of the MVP sponsors and Falcon champions that we do not have commercials yet for: Omaha Animal Medical Group, Dauber Construction, and Anchor Roofing, all being a part of the DC West Falcon Booster Club. Well, we are the bottom of the second inning. Falcons leading the way 2-0. And we just had to take a moment for the pitcher to come out, get all geared up, ready to go. She was the last one at bat. Leadoff batter, bottom of the second for the Falcons, is our pitcher, Erica Murphy. Under the lights as the sun is setting. Beautiful, beautiful night out here. Swing, and that gets sent out to left field. Gets over the head all the way back to the fence. Going around first to second and heading to third. Sliding in and is able to make it safely there.
Murray slides in safe to third base. Brings to the plate the right fielder, #1, Grace White.
That's a way to fire up the crowd, starting things off right there. And so now, stepping into batting boxes, Grace White.
Pinch run is #5, Helena Hunter.
Now pinch running is Helena Hunter stepping in for Erica Murphy from sliding on in, which is to be expected to have your pitcher have the designated runner. Wind up, the pitch comes in, swing and miss, strike #1. Also, we want to say thank you very much to sponsors like Beyond Dreams Custom Landscape and Cookie Cups. I could use some cookies right now. Wind up, pitch, bunt, and that gets straight out to that was the wildest play I've seen so far. So the bunt came out, and the first base player came off of the bag, chasing after the bunt. When the pitcher picked up the ball, there was nobody to throw it to. We had a run come in, and so she just kept going, got to second base. Bella Zock, swing at the first pitch out to the fence on left field. So here comes another run. Bella Zock sliding into third base and safe. The Falcons just double up their runs right there.
The shortstop, #19, Lily Zock.
So Lily Zock now the first inning, Lily Zock did exactly what her sister did earlier. So are we going to see that happen again? So Bella Zock at third, Lily Zock at bat. Swing and a miss, strike 1. I want to make sure, no outs. Bottom of the second inning. Runner on third. Wind up the pitch, swing, and that gets popped straight up. Trying to get underneath it, but not able to get to it, too close to the fence. So that's strike #2. Maddie Dobbenmeyer on deck. Wind up, the pitch comes in, swing, and that gets popped over just to third base. Second base shortstop comes over and grabs it. So the shortstop player, Jansen, able to bring in the first out.
Dobbenmeyer.
Dobbenmeyer coming up to bat, runner on third, one out. Peyton White on deck. Wind up pitch, swing, and that gets sent out to left center field and goes again all the way to the fence, wrapping around and stopping at second base. Brought in one run. So first game, Falcons proved that they could walk a lot. Now their bats are lighting up. So Peyton White stepping into the batter box, and followed by Bailey Anderson on deck, one out. Strike as she swung on that one.
Now batting second baseman number 2, Peyton White.
Mackenzie Simpson behind the plate, making sure that Dobbenmeyer stays where she is on second. Next pitch goes high. 1-1 is the count with one out. Runner on second. 2 runs have come in so far. Actually, 3 runs have come in so far for the Falcons this inning. Gives them a 5-0 lead. Wind up pitch, swing, and that gets popped over the fence behind home plate. 1-2 is the count. Wind up that next pitch. Low, but she swung at it anyway. Fouled off, keeping herself alive. Count stays 1-2. That one stays outside. Count goes even at 2. Wind up pitch, swing, and that goes down the third base line, picked up by third base. Throw over to first is in time. The throw back to third is not. So consider that a sacrifice hit. 2 outs and a runner on third.
Now batting the catcher number 4, Bailey Anderson.
Bailey Anderson, the catcher, stepping into the batting box. Two outs, runner on third. Falcons lead 5-0. We're bottom of the second inning. Pitch is low. Ball 1. Wind up next pitch. That one low again. 2-0. Falcons bats have been doing their job. Part of that is to tire the pitcher too. Wind up, that pitch comes in, swing, and that gets sent over the shortstop. Throw over to first is in time. So that retires the inning. Not again without some damage, as the Falcons are able to bring in 3 more runs, but stranding a runner on third. 5-2. We'll be back after we say thank you once again to our sponsors right here on BSDN Live and WD&E.
Smart Freight Funding, the #1 factoring company for the bulk trucking industry, is a proud sponsor of DC West sports, activities, and the Booster Club. You can find details about Smart Freight Funding at smartfreightfunding.com. Athletes hustle, nurses hustle, recruiters hustle. Guess who's hiring? One Staff, and we're ready for the next team of all-stars. Casual work environment, unlimited opportunity, work hard, play hard, apply today, osmcareers.com. One Staff's goal is to have more personal touch with the travelers we work for and the employees we hire to work with in the healthcare industry. One Staff makes it fun because of the exceptional talent and sparkling souls we seek out to hire. You can apply today, osmcareers.com.
Welcome back as we are going into the top of the third inning. Falcons leading over the Eagles 5-0. Again, we're doing a great time and great sponsors of being able to bring these games to you. So stepping into the batting box is Edie Titus for the Eagles. First pitch swung on, foul tipped back for strike one. Wind up next pitch, swung and popped into the concrete behind home plate. So strike two. 0-2. Again, we want to say thank you to sponsors like Beyond Dreams Custom Landscaping and Cookie Cups. That pitch gets all the way back to the backstop. So 1-2 is the count to Titus. Oh, it's 0-2. Wind up pitch. That goes high. Next pitch, swing, and that gets popped back. Keeps the count. 1-2. Top of the third inning. Wind up the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike three. So out number one. Nicole Palfini, the center fielder, stepping up to bat, senior. Wind up that pitch, comes in, swing, and that goes out to the shortstop. Pick up the over to first. It's in time for out number two. And with two outs, that brings up Addie Jansen. Wind up pitch, swung on, and that gets sent out to right field and for a base hit. Looked like she was about ready to think about going to second, but pulled it back. Stayed on first. So a hit right there brings runner on first with 2 outs. Caitlin McClure at bat. Wind up pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 1. Anderson behind home plate looking to throw to first or second, anticipating a run. Preventing the advancement. Wind up pitch on the way, and that one is high for ball. 1-1 is the count. 2 outs, runner on first. Top of the 3rd inning. Pitch on the way. That one goes down. Throw goes out to second. That's a stolen base. And slightly off target. Good. Second baseman made a good play there. Make sure it doesn't get out of the way for another base run. Wind up pitch. Swing, and that goes over to third base. Throw over to first is not in time. So now the Eagles find themselves with runners on the corners and 2 out. Trying to have a 2-route rally. They bring up number 9, Liliana
Now batting the
Jaramillo.
number 9, Lily Jaramillo.
Lily Jaramillo stepping in to bat with 2 outs, runners on the corners.
$1 pretzel, pizza, and dogs.
Murphy looking for the call. Pitch on the way. That one is at below the knees for ball 1. Wind up pitch on the way, and that one stays low. Ball 2. More sponsors are part of our broadcast include AWS Well Company, One Staff, Raystone Wealth Partners, Brian Urban, Smart Freight Funding, and TDH. Pitch comes in, and now we have a stolen base, so runners on second and third. Wind up pitch on the way. That one's called strike. So that brings us 3-1 on the count with 2 outs. Runners in scoring position. Pitch coming in, swing, and that gets fouled back. Count goes full now. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Very important pitch, the payoff pitch right now. Wind up, comes in, that goes high. So free base right there, and loads the bases with 2 outs. Now we have Mason Andrews.
Player number 6, Macy Andrews.
So Anderson heads out to have a conversation with Murphy, make sure they're on the same page with each other. And it's about time. Yep, the home plate umpire starting to wander out, saying, you know, it's about long enough for your conversation. Bases are loaded. Falcons still ahead 5-0. Wind up the pitch, and that one is right at the knees, called strike one. Next pitch on the way, swing and gets fouled back, strike two. 0-2, 2 outs. Home plate umpire had a little word with wind up pitch, and that one is low. So Anderson doing a good job of keeping the ball from going anywhere. Wind up pitch on the way, and that one lingers high. Count goes even at 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bases are loaded. Pitch comes in, and that one low and outside. Count goes full again. Now there's no place to put anybody without bringing somebody in. So this payoff pitch is extremely important. Wind up pitch and swing. Fouls it. So how do you play that, you know, if the base runner from third base picks up the ball and throws it in? It's nice, but some places could have called that out. Wind up, that pitch comes in. Check swing. Did not follow through, so that is a walk and brings 1 run in. And it keeps the bats alive for the Eagles.
8, the catcher, Mackenzie Simpson.
Mackenzie Simpson, the catcher, stepping in to bat. Wind up the pitch, comes in there, and that one's called strike 1. 2 outs, bases loaded. The tying run is at bat. Next pitch coming in. That one gets in there for a called strike 2. Pitch goes high. 1-2's the count. 2 outs, bases loaded. Pitch on the way, swing, and that gets fouled back for strike 2. Oh, that's already strike 2. Sorry, so keeps the count where it is. Falco is joining the crowd. If you come here, always entertaining. Stays outside for ball 2. Counts even at 2. Now we're playing under the lights. Sun is set. Temps in the low 60s. Pitch coming in. That one just in the dirt. Count goes full for a third batter in a row. Murphy looking to change the outcome from the past couple. Payoff pitch on the way, and that one stays high. And walks in another run. So 2 runs come in with 2 outs. Edie Titus
Now batting,
Emery Dacus. But looks like they're having kind of a conversation with everybody. So now we went from the tying run at home to the go-ahead run at bat. Both teams having conversation as Ella Ludlow heads out to, Addie Marshall heads out to talk to the team. Calm them down. Going strong, able to get a couple of strikes, just not able to wrap it up. Bases are loaded. First pitch, swing and a miss, strike one. Next pitch, swing and a miss again, strike two. But we've been in this situation before. Murphy's looking to shut it down right now. This will be the fourth batter that we've had this progression. Strike three on that swing, and that wraps up the top of the third inning, but not without bringing in a couple of runs off of walks. Stranding, bases loaded. Falcons maintain the lead 5-2 as we'll come back to the bottom of the third inning with the Falcon Bats right here on BSDN Live and WDCNEmedia.com.
Smart Freight Funding, the #1 factoring company for the bulk trucking industry, is a proud sponsor of DC West sports, activities, and the Booster Club. You can find details about Smart Freight Funding at smartfreightfunding.com. Water is the source of life, and with more of us moving to the dream of quiet country living, we need a trusted source for our home's water needs. AWS Well Company of Mead is that professional, reliable, and trusted service in the water well industry for over 50 years. Full service provider and one stop for everything from private to commercial water well drilling. Put AWS Wells expertise to work for your water needs. Find out more about the area's groundwater pros. Go to awswell.com.
Welcome back to the Falcons Sports Complex as we are in Game 3 of the Triangular. The Falcons faced off against Bryant Bears and won handily in 2.5, 20-0. Omaha Central overtook the Bears 17-2. Now we're at the bottom of the third. Falcons over the Eagles 5-2. Stepping into the batting box, we have Tyler Walsh. First hit right out to center field for a base hit.
Now batting, number 16, the designated player, Lily Huntley.
So designated player Lily Huntley stepping up to bat. Nobody out, runner on first. Bottom of the third inning. Wind up pitch, and that one is outside for ball one. Another pitch low. The pick up and throw goes over first, but not in time. So 2-0 is the count. Another pitch winds up and comes in for a strike. 2-1. Pitcher Erica Murphy on deck. And that pitch high and outside. So 3-1 is the count with a runner on first, nobody out. Bottom of the third inning. Pitcher set, comes in. That one was low. So now we have runners on first and second.
Number 11, the pitcher, Erica Murphy.
Erica Murphy stepping up to bat, but do we have? Looks like we have a change coming up. Coach Marshall is talking with the home plate umpire and making some changes on the roster. All right, so we have Helena Hunter stepping in to run courtesy run for Lily Huntley.
Down to the game, number 5, Helena Hunter.
Now we're back into the box ready for the pitch. Swing, and that gets popped up. Short on the left side and reeled in by the shortstop for out number 1.
That brings Grace White to the plate.
So Grace White, the right fielder, stepping into the batting box with 1 out, runners on first and second. Bottom of the third inning. So far, none of the 3 games so far have gone the full length. Pitch goes high for ball 1. But this one has a potential. Wind up pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Falcons were able to bring 2 runs in the first inning, 3 runs the second. Wind up swing, and that one gets out to the shortstop. The throw over to third was awkward and just not able to be handled. So now we have bases loaded.
That brings us back to the top of the lineup. The center fielder, number 3, Bella Zock.
So center fielder Bella Zock, top of the lineup. With bases loaded, 1 out. Pitch coming in, and swing, and that goes to the third base. Throw to home is in time. Then trying to head it out to first. Not in time for that. So bases stay loaded, but they got the runner out. Save the run.
Now batting the shortstop, number 19, Lily Zock.
So Lily Zock stepping up to bat. High IQ on that play, sending it straight home. They had time to be able to do it and almost had a chance at first. Pitch comes in, and that one is outside for ball 1. So we have 2 outs, bases are loaded. Wind up pitch. That one goes across, called strike. 1-1. A lot of softball has been played on this home opener, and ribbon cutting before the game. That was amazing to watch. Swing, and that gets sent out to right center field, and it drops in. Brings in 2 runs. Leaves runners on the corners. And now we have Maddie Dobbenmeyer stepping up to bat for the Falcons. 2 outs, runners on the corner. 2 runs have come in so far this inning. Pitch is high.
Now batting number 7, Maddie Dobbenmeyer.
They let Zoc advance to second. The 1-0. Swing, and that gets fouled back. Counts even 1-1 with 2 outs, runners on and scoring position on second and third. Next pitch on the way. Swing, and that gets sent out to left center field, getting underneath it. Easy pull in for the third out. Not without doing a little bit of damage right there. A couple runs come in, extend the lead to 7-1. But strand 2 runners on second and third. So we'll come back as the Eagles 2. I'm sorry, 7-2. As we'll come back to the top of the 4th inning after we say thank you to some of our great sponsors, a part of the DC West Athletic Department activities boosters.
Smart Freight Funding, the #1 factoring company for the bulk trucking industry, is a proud sponsor of DC West sports, activities, and the Booster Club. You can find details about Smart Freight Funding at smartfreightfunding.com. Athletes hustle, nurses hustle, recruiters hustle. Guess who's hiring? One Staff, and we're ready for the next team of all-stars. Casual work environment, unlimited opportunity, work hard, play hard, apply today, osmcareers.com. One Staff's goal is to have more personal touch with the travelers we work for and the employees we hire to work with in the healthcare industry. One Staff makes it fun because of the exceptional talent and sparkling souls we seek out to hire. You can apply today, osmcareers.com.
Welcome back to Falcom Activity Center, Athletic Center, as the Falcons lead over Omaha Central 7-2. Keziah Terrell at bat. First pitch was a bunt and fouled that, so strike 1. There's the 0-1. Showing bunt. Good bunt. Throw goes out to first and not in time. So that bunt was about 4 foot out, perfectly placed. So she was able to get out there. Edie Titus now at bat, nobody out, runner on first. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Waiting for the next pitch, comes in, swing, and that gets popped up. First base comes over. So Tyler Walsh able to come in and grab that out. And now we have Nicole Palfini stepping in to bat for the Eagles. 1 out, runner on first. Pitch on the way, swing, and that gets sent out. Missed through the legs of shortstop. Throw goes over to third, over the head. So the error gives them a run and brings the runner
Shortstop, number
to
23,
third.
Addie Jansen.
So with one out, a run came in. Ada Jansen stepping in to bat for the Eagles. 7-3 now. One out, runner on third. Pitch on the way and swings, and that gets popped straight out and back for strike one. Again, we want to say thank you very much to all the sponsors, part of our broadcast. Beyond Dreams Custom Landscape, Cookie Cups, Omaha Animal Medical Group, Dauber Construction, Anchor Roofing, AWS Wells Company, One Staff, Raystone Wealth Partners, Brian Urban, Smart Freight Funding, TDH. Next pitch comes in, and that one's low. 1 ball, 1 strike. One out, runner on third. 1-1. Swing, and that comes foul. Strike two. As the sun is setting, it regulates everything outside. Playing under the lights. Swing, and that one gets through shortstop all the way back to the fence. One run comes in. Go rounding second and pulling back. Stopping at second. So that brings Omaha Central 4-7.
Now batting for Omaha Central, the first baseman, number 5, Caitlin McClure.
First baseman Caitlin McClure stepping into the batting box, a left-handed batter. One out, runner on second. First pitch comes in, called strike. Only one out. We knew by the way the two teams played against Bryant that this would be a much better game to watch. Second pitch outside for ball. 1-1 is the count. Wind up, next pitch. Stays outside. 2-1. One out, runner on second. Wind up pitch, swing and pulled that one foul. That one felt like it was right at her hands and vibrated the bat pretty hard. Counts even at 2. And swing, and that one, well, that's the first one that came over the top of us. Hit the roof and of the press box. But it keeps the count even at 2. So landed on the baseball field right behind us. New complex here. Ribbon cutting before the game. It was amazing to watch. That one goes high. So count is now full, 3-2. We saw a lot of these last inning. The Eagles were able to take advantage of it, load the bases up, and then bring a couple runs in. Murphy was working through that. Pitch comes in, swing, and that pulled foul off the first base dugout. Count remains full, 3-2. Settling in, pitch on the way, swing, and fouls back, staying alive with that 3-2 count. Next pitch on the way, swing, and that one goes straight out to Murphy. Murphy throws it over to home plate for the out. But the sacrifice does move the runner over to third. So with 2 outs, runner on third. We're at the top of the 4th inning. Falcons leading 7-4. Liliana Jarillo at bat. First pitch swung on and chipped foul down the third base line. So strike one. Is it Jaramillo or is Jaramillo? Next pitch on the way, swing, and almost exactly the same thing. Chip to the third base side, foul. So strike two. 0-2 is the count. 2 outs, runner on third. Next pitch on the way, swing and fouled back. Keeps the count 0-2. Wind up next pitch. That one's low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. More ribbon cuttings coming up. We'll talk about that here in a moment. Count goes even 2-2 with that one. Low. Wind up pitch, swing on, and that gets sent out to the second base. Throw to first is in time. So got the out, and that wraps up the top of the 4th inning.
To that inning, to bring your score, the DC West Falcons 7, the DC West Falcons, the Omaha Central Eagles 4.
We're getting a little bit punchy here today. It's been a long day of softball, but it's an amazing thing. Falcons maintain the lead 7-4, and the Falcons bats coming up right after this as we continue on. And want to say again, thank you to all the sponsors who are part of the DC West Falcon Athletic Booster Club. And so again, say thank you to them as we'll go ahead and give them a little bit of time here.
Water is the source of life, and with more of us moving to the dream of quiet country living, we need a trusted source for our home's water needs. AWS Well Company of Mead is that professional, reliable, and trusted service in the water well industry for over 50 years. Full service provider and one stop for everything from private to commercial water well drilling. Put AWS Wells expertise to work for your water needs. Find out more about the area's groundwater pros. Go to awswell.com.
Again, we want to say thank you to sponsors we don't have commercials for yet. We're working on that. Dauber Construction, Anchor Roofing, and Omaha Animal Medical Group. Again, thank you to all the sponsors. Stepping up to bat, the bottom of the 4th inning, Peyton White is leading off. First pitch coming in, swing, and that one is a great hit out to right center field. Rounding first, and will she make it? Slides into second safely. Everybody had to hold their breath a little bit on that throw, but she was able to pull that one off. Following her is Bailey Anderson.
Number 4, the catcher, Bailey Anderson.
First pitch comes in and swung foul back for strike 1. Next pitch on the way. Swing, and that one gets popped down the first base line. It's going foul, but first baseman able to get underneath it and get the out. That keeps Peyton White at second base.
The first baseman, number 15, Talia Walsh. The plate.
Talia Walsh now stepping up to bat, first baseman. Wind up the pitch, swing, and that's a good hit. That's going out, and that hooks right into the right field corner. Round first, round second. Run comes in. And Walsh stays at third.
That's a stand-up triple for Walsh.
So stand-up triple,
Number 16, Lily Huntley.
and that brings the coach out. Tosh Koffel stepping out to have a conversation with the infield. No change at this point. Doesn't look like anybody's changing pitching or anything like that. Just trying to encourage. So the Falcons hold on, extend the lead by 1 so far. 8-4 with 1 out. Runner on third. Lily Huntley, looks like, if I see that correct. Lily Huntley stepping up to bat. Yep. And on deck is Erica Murphy, the pitcher. So 1 out, runner on third. Wind up, the pitch comes in, swing, and that gets chipped out. Tags, but not without the run coming in. So the sacrifice brings a run in. So now there's 2 outs, nobody on base.
Here's your pitcher, number 11, Erica Murphy.
But Erica Murphy steps up to bat, the pitcher. If she's able to get on base, that brings Grace White on deck. First pitch hit, and that is grabbed out of the air by the third baseman. So that wraps up 4 innings. Falcons extend the lead by 2 that inning. They've been kind of consistently doing 3-2-2. So that is now 9-4. The Falcons can hold on to the lead going into the top of the 5th. Again, we'll take a little break, say thank you to the sponsors who are part of the Falcon Booster Club, and continue to bring you more activities. And we'll talk about what's coming up the rest of the week as well, and what happens at after the game. That's all on its way right here on BSDN Live and WDCNEmedia.com.
Water is the source of life, and with more of us moving to the dream of quiet country living, we need a trusted source for our home's water needs. AWS Well Company of Mead is that professional, reliable, and trusted service in the water well industry for over 50 years. Full service provider and one stop for everything from private to commercial water well drilling. Put AWS Wells expertise to work for your water needs. Find out more about the area's groundwater pros. Go to awswell.com.
We also want to say thank you to Falcon Champions and MVP sponsors that don't currently have commercials yet, but working on getting that from them. Omaha Animal Medical Group, Dauber Construction, and Anchor Roofing. Again, say thank you to them. And you'll see in the upper left-hand corner all the sponsors, including that one right there, which is the Booster Club's QR code. Scan that, become a part of the Booster Club. First pitch coming in. And at bat we have Caitlin McClure. And second pitch called a ball. I believe that's 2-0 is the count. McClure leading off batter for the inning. Outside 3-0. Falcons lead 9-4. Before the game, they had a ribbon cutting ceremony because this is the first time officially this has been used. Brand new facility. Coming up Friday before the football game, they'll have an official ribbon cutting for the entire facility and all of the athletics department. Swing, and that gets fouled hard. The third base side fence. Count goes full, 3-2. Murphy got to it backwards from what she's been doing. Next pitch, swing, and that one goes out shortstop. The throw is not in time. Everybody kind of let that one go out to the shortstop and trying to get the high calculation play, but it just didn't time out for them.
The catcher, number 8, Mackenzie Simpson.
Mackenzie Simpson stepping up to bat, the catcher for the Eagles. Runner on first, nobody out. Pitch on the way, and that one is low. Ball one. Next pitch. Ball two. 2-0 is the count. Nobody out, runner on first. And that one stays low. 3-0. Murphy finding yourself behind on the count again. Wind up pitch, and that one gives the free base.
That brings number 7, the second baseman, Emery Dacus, to the plate for the Eagles.
Eagles bring in Emery Dacus. At bat. Runners on first and second, nobody out. Pitch on the way, showing bunt, and that one just drops perfectly. Bad throw out to first brings in 1 run. And that puts runners on the corners for the Eagles with nobody out. Now we have Kozla Terrell. Anderson going out to have a conversation with Murphy. Eagles coach brings in Everbell, the base player, runners, and the batter, just to have a conversation of how they want to play this one out. But runners on the corners, nobody out. Wind up the pitch coming in, showing bunt. Pulls it back. Now without advancing a runner, now they have runners on second and third. Wind up the pitch, showing bunt, pulls it back. 2-0, I believe, is the count on that. Next pitch on the way. Bunt, and it is a short bunt. The fielder's choice, not really trying to protect the run at home. It loads the bases. Nobody out. And the tying run at bat. Edie Titus stepping into bat. Tying run with nobody out. 9-5. Falcons lead at this point in time. Wind up the pitch, comes in, swing, and that gets fouled on the first base side for strike number 1. We're at the top of the 5th inning. Next pitch on the way. That one's called ball. 1-1. Again, come on out Friday night. Football. First home game in the new stadium. It's going to be a big game against Ashland Greenwood. Wind up the pitch, comes in, swing. That gets popped out to center field, hits the ground. 1 run comes in. And the throw gets to the cutoff at home, so that saves another run. Now, with nobody out, we see Nicole Pafini stepping into bat, and that is the go-ahead run for the Eagles. Six to 9, bases loaded, nobody out. Wind up the pitch, swing, and foul straight back for strike 1. Next pitch on the way. Swing, and that one gets sent out to right field, and it's all the way back to the fence. 1 run in, 2 runs in, 3 runs in, and almost, she thought about it, but pulled back. And suddenly we have a tied ball game with a runner on third and nobody out. Top of the 5th inning. That was a perfect drive out to right field. And that brings out Addie Marshall to have a conversation at the circle. While they're kind of discussing, again, we do want to say thank you to all the sponsors who are part of the Falcon Athletic Booster Club. Beyond Dreams Custom Landscape, Cookie Cups, Omaha Animal Medical Group, Dauber Construction, Anchor Roofing, Adoios Well Company, One Staff, Raystone Wealth Partners, Brian Urban, Smart Freight Funding, and TDH. You can turn it off. I can adjust.
No, I was just going to turn it down.
Yeah.
Because there's a down arrow on it, but it's either all on or all off.
We're still learning this facility as we are in a brand new facility. First game's right here. So we have a brand new ball game as we have nobody out.
Number 23, the shortstop, Addie Jansen.
Addie Jansen, the shortstop, stepping into the batting box.
Turn it on because I can't see.
So nobody out. Runner on third. First pitch coming low and inside. Erica Murphy there looking to find that strike zone. Wind up next pitch. Swing, and that one gets past the shortstop into left field. The run comes in. And now we have a runner on first. So that was with the go-ahead run. The Eagles now lead 10-9 with a runner on first and nobody out, top of the 5th inning.
Caitlin McClure.
Caitlin McClure is stepping up to bat again. Again, nobody out. First pitch, that one is wild bypass all the way to the backstop. Anderson chasing it down. But the Eagles are able to forward. So Jansen able to get to second base. McClure waiting with the 1-0. Second pitch high. 2-0. One nice thing is this is early enough in the season. These are all great teachable moments. McClure takes the timeout, step back out of the box. Now getting back in, finding her digging. Pitch on the way, and that one's outside. 3-0. On the way pitch, and that one called strike. 3-1. Wind up next pitch, and that one's low. Advances runner, and Suddenly we have a stolen base there, so runners on second, third, nobody out. Jaramillo stepping into the batter box for the Eagles with nobody out. Runners on second and third. Eagles now leading 10-9. Pitch comes in, swing and a miss. Strike one.
That's a new one.
Next pitch on the way, and that one's low and inside. 1-1.
That's what I'm wondering. That's what we both said.
The stream has been going for 5 hours, so just want to say thank you to the people who created the batteries for the cameras. Pitch goes out. Throw goes over to first. Not in time either throw to first or to home. Oh, it was in time going out to first. But that did sacrifice and bring another run in. So 11-9. Mason Andrews at bat for the Eagles. Pitch comes in. That one's called strike. It's a great pitch right down the middle there. Wind up the pitch, swing, and that one bounces outside the third base line for strike two. Again, we just want to say thank you to the sponsors. Beyond Dreams Custom Landscape, Cookie Cups, Omaha Animal Medical Group, Dauber Construction, Anchor Roofing, AWS Well Company, One Staff, Raystone Wealth Partners. That pitch comes in. So 1-2 is the count. Smart Freight Funding and TDH all have been great sponsors and continue to be sponsors of the Falcon Athletic Booster Club. Now the pitch comes in. Strike three for the second out. So runner on third, 2 outs. Simpson stepping up. Eagles able to turn things around and now have a 2-score lead. First pitch, swing and a miss, strike one. Next pitch on the way, and that one gets in there, but called ball. One is the count, 2 outs, runner on third, top of the 5th inning. Eagles now with a 2-point lead. That pitch floats high, 2-1. Wind up pitch, low and outside. 3-1 is the count. Eagles have taken advantage of an opening. Wind up that pitch, swing and a miss. Strike two. Count is full, but the throw goes wild on the way out. And so that brings in the run. 12-9. Full count now. Wind up pitch, and that one's low for the walk. 2 outs, runner on first. Eagles send out Emery Dacus.
Now batting number 7, Emery Dacus.
Falcons looking to find a way to stop this so they can get their bats warmed up. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike one. Murphy working to close this inning out. Next pitch coming in, swing and a miss again, strike two. 2 outs, runner on first. Murphy stepping in. And strike three closes the inning out, stranding a runner on first. Not without the damage, though. The Eagles able to bring 8 runs in, top of the 5th inning, puts them ahead of the Falcons, 12-9. We'll continue to bring you coverage with the Falcon Bats coming up next right here on bsdnlive.com and wdcnemedia.com.
Athletes hustle, nurses hustle, recruiters hustle. Guess who's hiring? One Staff, and we're ready for the next team of all-stars. Casual work environment, unlimited opportunity, work hard, play hard. Apply today, osmcareers.com. One Staff's goal is to have more personal touch with the travelers we work for and the employees we hire to work with in the healthcare industry. One Staff makes it fun because of the exceptional talent and sparkling souls we seek out to hire. You can apply today, osmcareers.com.
We also want to say thank you to sponsors that we don't currently have commercials yet for, but working on that. Omaha Animal Medical Group, Daubert Construction, and Anchor Roofing, all a part of the Falcon Champions and MVP for the Booster Club. Stepping up to bat on the bottom of the 5th inning, Grace White is leading off the bats for the Falcons. Down by 3, not where they expected to be at this point. Eagles really kind of warming up towards the end, especially that last inning, top of the 5th. 8 runs coming in. Wind up, that pitch goes high for ball 1. So both Murphy and Terrell have been pitching the full game. Next pitch goes over, third baseman picks it up and throw to first is in time for out number 1.
We're back to the top of the lineup for the Falcons. Brings up the center fielder, number 3.
So Bella Zock stepping up to bat, top of the batting order for the Falcons. Pitch on the way, that one sails high. Ball 1. Next pitch swung on, pulled foul down the third base line. Strike 1. 1-1. 1 out, nobody on base. No home runs have been hit so far today. Next pitch swung on and missed. Strike two. 1-2 is the count to Belizak. Lilizak following her on deck. Next pitch on the way. Swing. Goes down the third base line, but able to pick up that line drive to left field for the out. So 2 outs, nobody on base. Lily Zock stepping up to bat. Wind up, the pitch comes in, swing, and that goes out to right field, but again, straight into the glove for the third out. So 5 innings are done at this point, and so the score remains Omaha Central Eagles 12, the Falcons 9. We'll be right back after this word from our sponsors on BSDN Live and WDCNEmedia.com.
Smart Freight Funding, the #1 factoring company for the bulk trucking industry, is a proud sponsor of DC West sports, activities, and the Booster Club. You can find details about Smart Freight Funding at smartfreightfunding.com.
Well, that wrapped up the game, and so the score right there is the final score. Falcons fall to the Omaha Central Eagles 12-9, and we have our post-game show coming up here as we continue on, but we want to say thank you again to all the sponsors. Continuing to work to get the commercials in line from Omaha Animal Medical Group, Daubert Construction, Anchor Roofing. But let's go ahead and continue to say thank you to the sponsors as we wait for one of the ladies to come on up and talk a little bit about the games today right here on BSDNlive.com and WDCNE Media.
Athletes hustle, nurses hustle, recruiters hustle. Guess who's hiring? One Staff, and we're ready for the next team of all-stars. Casual work environment, unlimited opportunity, work hard, play hard, apply today, osmcareers.com. One Staff's goal is to have more personal touch with the travelers we work for and the employees we hire to work with in the healthcare industry. One Staff makes it fun because of the exceptional talent and sparkling souls we seek out to hire. You can apply today, osmcareers.com. Water is the source of life, and with more of us moving to the dream of quiet country living, we need a trusted source for our home's water needs. AWS Well Company of Meade is that professional, reliable, and trusted service in the water well industry for over 50 years. Full service provider and one stop for everything from private to commercial water well drilling. Put AWS Wells expertise to work for your water needs. Find out more about the area's groundwater pros. Go to awswell.com.
Welcome back to Falcon Athletic Complex. As well, it was a big day. One, what a beautiful facility we were able to play in, and led off strong as the Falcons were able to face off against Omaha Bryant, the Bears, and just handily in 2.5 innings win 20-0. The Bears then took on the Eagles of Omaha Central, and they were able to kind of battle a little bit, but still in 4.5 innings it wrapped up as the Eagles were able to win 17-2. Now that seemed to be just a warm-up for the Eagles as they then faced off against the Falcons in the last game. Looked like everything was going so very well. Murphy was able to do a lot of great pitching. And then as they got towards the top of the 4th inning, really is when the Eagles bats just warmed up and brought 8 runs in to take the lead. And then top of the 5th, the bottom of the 5th, they were able to just hold off the Falcons and wrapped up right there at the top of the 6th, 12-9. And so the Falcons are working to be able to continue to grow. And here in a moment, we're going to go ahead and have one of the players come up, I believe. And that's kind of what we're waiting for a little bit, to do an interview and be able to talk about what happened there. But again, we also want to say a huge thank you to all the sponsors, the Booster Club, and again, sponsors for the Booster Club like Beyond Dreams Custom Landscape, Cookie Cups, Omaha Animal Medical Group, Dauber Construction, Anchor Roofing, AWS Well Company, One Staff, Raystone Wealth Partners, Brian Urban, Smart Freight Funding, and TDH. Again, we can't do it without them. So why don't we go ahead, take a little break, and hopefully when we get back, we'll have one of the ladies of one of the Falcons up here so we can be able to get some insight as they go into Saturday.
Smart Freight Funding, the #1 factoring company for the bulk trucking industry, is a proud sponsor of DC West sports, activities, and the Booster Club. You can find details about Smart Freight Funding at smartfreightfunding.com. Athletes hustle, nurses hustle, recruiters hustle. Guess who's hiring? One Staff, and we're ready for the next team of all-stars. Casual work environment, unlimited opportunity, work hard, play hard, apply today, osmcareers.com. One Staff's goal is to have more personal touch with the travelers we work for and the employees we hire to work with in the healthcare industry. One Staff makes it fun because of the exceptional talent and sparkling souls we seek out to hire. You can apply today, osmcareers.com. Water is the source of life, and with more of us moving to the dream of quiet country living, we need a trusted source for our home's water needs. AWS Well Company of Meade is that professional, reliable, and trusted service in the water well industry for over 50 years. Full service provider and one stop for everything from private to commercial water well drilling. Put AWS Wells expertise to work for your water needs. Find out more about the area's groundwater pros. Go to awswell.com.
It is the TDH and Smart Freight Funding post-games show. I'm Kelly Johnson with you on BSDN Live and WDCNEmedia.com. 3 games played today, 3 very different games as well, as the Falcons faced off again against Bryan High Bears, won 20-0. Then the Bears took on the Omaha Central Eagles. Omaha Central, they won. They were victorious on that game. as they won 17-2. Now, looking at that, you knew it was going to be a challenging game going into the third game. So as we kind of talk about that, we have Bella Zock coming in. Hello, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So, is this your first time doing interviews like this?
Yes.
Okay. So, let's go ahead and make sure that everybody can hear you.
Okay.
All right. So, what a wild game, a series of games today.
Yes.
So, first thing I would like to just kind of say about that is congratulations, the first game, the first series of games in the new facility. What is it like to play here?
Oh, it's amazing. I'm so thankful for this field. I can't wait for games coming up, and I'm just excited.
And so with that, it's a different feel being on a turf and artificial
Yes.
field than dirt. What do you like better?
Well, I like turf because it's more natural. But since not all schools have it, we have to go back and forth.
So you kind of have to practice everywhere,
Yeah.
don't you?
Yeah.
And so that is a challenge, but that also gives you an advantage on your home because the same situation. Not everybody has that.
Yes.
You know, you may have seen a little bit of that with Brian because they just could not figure that out, could they?
Yeah.
So 20-0, you were able to win that. And it was a very exciting game for you guys. You felt coming out of that. What was your feeling?
Well, it was the first game. I was excited just to be playing.
All right. And then, so you watched the Eagles play against Brian, and then you knew it was going to be a tough game. And you guys coming in, going into the, really able to hold your own. You're ahead, getting into the fifth. Then their bats just lit up.
Yes.
And-
And yeah.
And that's, what do you do in situations like that? You just how do you keep your head up on those things?
Well, I just tell myself if I get a ball, I'm going to get an out somehow, or try to at least. And hopefully my teammates can say the same and do the same.
And then, but you just, how do you encourage each other too? Because it's easy to kind of get down when all of a sudden
Yeah.
you see things turn sideways.
I just am always yelling positive things to everyone, trying to get their energy up and get going.
So you're a senior this year.
Yes.
So, you've had quite the career. We've been
Yes.
following you for the past several years. What is it that you're looking forward most this year?
Just, ooh,
That's
that's a good question. I think just not worrying about anything, just play my ball that I play.
And then do you have plans after school, or
Not yet, no.
are you still working on those plans?
Yes, I do want to play softball somewhere
Okay.
high, but yes.
So again, Bella Zock, thank you for coming
Yes.
in, and again, congratulations on the first game.
Thank
And
you.
Good job on the second game. You guys were doing really strong. I from up here, and when you guys go back and look at the film, you're going to see a lot of good things, and also. It's like you said, it's the first game. This is
Yes.
where you start learning everything, isn't it? Mm-hmm. And so just to keep everybody encouraged, again, go Falcons.
Yes.
And
yes.
so it's a great day to be a Falcon.
It is.
Bella Zock, thank you for joining us
Yes,
and
thank
being a
you.
part of that. Well, that is
you.
our Smart Freight funding and TDH post game. And again, we will be back here Saturday for more softball. But don't forget Friday night. Big night, big ribbon cutting for the entire complex, and the Falcons host Ashland Greenwood, a huge game right there. So again, it is all going to be on bsdnlive.com and WDC Any Media. Well, for everybody, for the Falcons, for all the sponsors of Booster Club, I'm Kelly Johnson. That's going